Hello. Welcome, everybody. It is Thursday, March 25th, 2021, and it is time for another Let's Build Citizen live stream. So let's get started. So, not to start today's stream off with a conspiracy, I know that's a little bit gauche, but have y'all heard the conspiracy about Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus? I mean, have you ever seen them in the same room? That's all I'm saying. Don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but just saying. Something to think about. Alright, the day has finally come. It's time to implement items. Not the back end part of it, but the front end. So let's get some music going and crack our knuckles and dive in. Let's see if there's any interesting new music out there. Let's see if Apple Music's got any suggestions for me here. Oh man, for half a second I thought I just saw a new deadmau5 album and I would have been stoked, but no. All of my favorite electro artists have stopped putting out albums like they used to. Feed Me, deadmau5, Nero, Justice. Come on, guys. Where is the music? I suppose I can't whine too much about deadmau5. That guy's put out a lot of music. Well, it looks like we got a new album by The Midnight, so let's give that a shot. They're usually at least pretty good. Electro for the emo crowd. Alright, items. Lots to think about here. With items, there are a variety of different kinds of things that we need to represent here. Some UI changes took Skeledraw. It took me half a second to wrap my head around it. All right. First, you got the user inventory. That would be what items you got. Connected to that would be, I want to say, like pinned items. Things which a user wants to highlight that they own. So, Miguel, were they actual no-no words, or were you trying to help me unveil the conspiracy that Hannah Montana and Miley Stewart are the same person? Was that what was happening there? Is YouTube in on this conspiracy? You tell me. I'm just asking questions. But hey, good to see you. I had a scary thought yesterday. What happens when the the crummy people organize their own community and there is no larger moderation organization? It's a good question. I'm not familiar with the Paul Bucks conspiracy, but I'm sure that whatever it is, it's probably right. All right, well, I'll press the pause button on sorting out the items to talk about the moderation question. Because this is actually something I've been starting to think about as well as we get closer and closer to the beta. So what are our sort of operating principles here? You got to think about discovery, search, notifications, shared spaces, aka communities. Well, actually, there's a more accurately, I think we'd say shared spaces being your feed, your comments, your reactions. And let's just... So those are our battlefields. And then we've got possible bad behavior. We got spam, overtly abusive behavior, subtly abusive behavior, illegal content, distasteful content, porn. I don't have a problem with porn, but you know, I don't want it in my... Yeah, all right, so we got to think about, you know, how we're going to deal with each of these as they come. Now, in some ways, these have different kinds of challenges. Sensitive content, as opposed to illegal, or... This one is actually one of the more challenging ones. Because the direction we're headed is to get into a world in which you have, you know, algorithms for discovery, so kind of helping choose what gets shown and what doesn't without it necessarily being a moderation action. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Insensitive. Sure. Yeah. All right. You know, there's so like, you know, with overtly abusive, I'm including in that things like name calling and doxing, flaming, you know, bad behavior. We all know what that is. On the slightly abusive behavior area, I'm sort of talking about unkind trolling, constant. In many ways, the biggest thing is running counter to the culture. And that's something which is, in some ways, you know, after we deal with the big questions, the big problems of this one ends up being one of the most important questions that we could figure out for our entire enterprise here, is making sure that we have good ways to build positive and cohesive and happy communities. Cat one's out. One moment. Now let's look at some of the ways that people will make this hard for us. about combat tactics. All right. All right. Here's what we have so far. Well, all right. On notifications, in fact, all right. For notifications and shared spaces, you only see things from, people you follow or people in your communities. So that helps. There is, in effect, there is no way for somebody to reach you in a unmoderated fashion. Either you have to follow them, or they have to be in a community with you, and all communities have moderation. Or can have moderation, have tools for moderation. Some of we're not very resilient to any of this at this stage. So now you're thinking about brigading. Also a very real challenge. Yeah, truth be told, we have very little in the way of defenses for this. Whether you're talking about sock puppeting, creating multiple accounts, brigading, using automation to attack, we are really pretty weak to those attacks at this stage. They're difficult to deal with. if I had to rank what I think would help us, or let me rank in terms of yeah. Here's what I think we ought to how we ought to prioritize these things. Banning we've already done, so that's there. This, I would say, is... Alright, hang on. Fighting with my software. Okay, perfect. Yeah, here's my vibe on each of these. We don't want to get caught flat-footed is a major part of this. And it's a terrible experience when this happens. Just really quite upsetting when people show up and start misbehaving. So it's one of those things where, of all the things that I would like to be working on, this is almost certainly the last thing I'd like to be working on, because it's by far the least interesting in terms of the user experience until things go awry, and then it's incredibly important. So this is done. This is done. So the question is, like, how can we kind of parcel out the work we need to do here to get us to the next step? Resilient to some of the less motivated attacks. Because right now we're just incredibly vulnerable to only lightly motivated attack here. In a lot of ways, I think having the ability to switch to an invite-only mode at the server or community level, perhaps temporarily, is a pretty good idea. Or at least the ability to disable joining as a simple way to tamp down on a problem whenever it does crop up. It's not a permanent solution, but it is a way to kind of stop the bleeding. And then sort of deal with what's going on and then reopen it in the future. So I think if we don't do My thinking is that's really the thing that we ought to get done before the beta. Invite-only systems or join request-based systems could also be an interesting place to develop novel solutions. For instance, making it so that the permission to invite somebody could be more sophisticated than just moderators. Could be item holders or people with a certain role. Join requests are kind of similar to invites. They're just a different flow for it, really. Now, the distributed action algorithms, what I'm getting at there is, the same thing as like upvotes and downvotes. User action is really specific to this subtly abusive behavior. That's kind of, as I have said many times, where I'm actively thinking about going. It's where some of the more interesting things can happen. This is also an area that will be user programmable, much like everything else. So that's one of our more novel areas, but in a way it's actually less important than dealing with straight up, digital combat. These, of course, deal directly with that. Auto mods strike me as something that we could actually introduce, not immediately, but in the semi-distant future. Not even semi-distant, near future, like post-beta release, as a way to kind of help communities deal with scaling up. Same with mod queues. Mod queues is a high overhead, but auto mods can sometimes be connected to mod queues where they get, the questionable stuff gets sent there for review. Muting is something that we need to get done. It's sort of a personal version of moderation. So if something has gone awry, you have a way to quickly kind of mute. Server reporting and server sign-up safeguards are things that they're must-dos in terms of you just have to have that if you're running a server and you're operating on the internet these days. I think we can ship the beta without them, but the sign-up safeguards are similar to auto mods. It's just a tool to help you, and server reporting has to do with things like illegal content and DMCA violations, which legally you're obligated to do, at least in the US. So, in a way, all of these are shared spaces. So, the kind of meta point about all the different battlefields is, by design, we have, I think, a robust design in the long term, which is that these systems are either are simultaneously user programmable and customizable on a component by component basis. Communities can have rules programmed into them. Discovery and search are going to be the aggregator tool set, so people will be able to build novel algorithms there. But they're also all designed in such a way that the only way that you have an unmoderated shared space is if you are following that person, and that's why you're seeing it, or if there's an algorithm which is going out and working in an unmoderated fashion, that's because you chose to use it. So there is, we have, I think, good foundations for dealing with it. And a lot of this just comes down to how do moderated shared spaces effectively moderate whenever you're under attack. So that's my thinking right now, is that we should put invite-only modes. And that's going to just have to happen before we launch the beta. These to-dos are all of my must-dos before beta launch. So, yeah, we're just going to have to do that. Do you have any other thoughts about what I spelled out there, Miguel? Anything I missed? Yeah, I mean, so... The way to think about it is a little bit like a, I don't know, like a Russian doll. This is the way to think about it, I think. The individual space... Sometimes I'm not sure if my fiddling over the diagrams is actually helping me think or just be letting aesthetics take over. But okay. So this is really the way to think about it, I believe. there are multiple layers to how all of this operates. The distributed network is going to, as a consequence of this design, have multiple kind of localized islands. So if each of these squares is a user or a server or a community, some of them will show up in your individual space. Some of them will show up in your community space. Some of them will show up due to your aggregator space. And lots of others will just be outside of your realm. Right? And so there's no everything except like communities are an actually concretely communities are just distinctly shared space. They are akin to the traditional model of a forum that we think about. It's a place that you go, everybody sees the same thing. That is the only system in here that works that way, by design. The individual space is a sort of customized take on the network, right? That's all individual choice, where you're picking up on who you're going to follow, what communities you're going to be a part of, what aggregators you're going to use. And so there you're applying, in the individual space, you're applying personal discretion for how you're moderating. The community space, you're having to apply collective discretion, and that's going to be through a combination of moderators and the game rules of the community. And then the aggregators are something that you are in a way connected to the individual space question because you're choosing which algorithms to use, but they're the ones that are trying to select out of the larger sets, outside of your communities, outside of your individual space, things that might interest you. And as a consequence of that, there is no need to try to create a fourth circle, which would be the real Death Star. Hey, dude. That makes sense? Grab some more coffee. So it's actually not just tailoring user experience, because if we were talking about tailoring user experience as the only sort of approach, then these two right here wouldn't exist, right? Then it would all be personal choice, right? But we are actually using a sort of multi-layering of tools. You got personal choice. You got shared spaces, which are not tailored user experiences, they're collective. You can engage with those if you want or not. And then you've got algorithms. Again, you could engage with them or not, but an algorithm is almost always taking somebody else's opinion of what's going on in the world and accepting it as interesting, at least, worth using. And because the algorithms are being chosen by the end user, that does fit into the tailoring the personal experience aspect of it. But this is the part, the moderated communities are the aspect in which it's just slightly more than just tailoring for the individual. The key is just that on the global scale, almost certainly we don't think about it in terms of moderating in a global sense. Yeah, and there's actually a slightly subtle difference between server moderation and community moderation, which I'll get into after I let the cat back in. Because now see what's in. Oh, little kitty, come on. So I didn't really talk about servers in this diagram, but so communities are hosted on servers. And by design, once we implement it, another must-do before the beta, servers will be able to move, or communities rather, will be able to move from one server to another. And they have different forms of moderation, different forms of obligation. These are the things that a server is concerned about. And these are the things that the communities are concerned about. Some overlap, of course. Both of them have to be concerned about illegal content. They're working together on that front. But the communities are really supposed to be operating at a higher level than the servers, where they should be, in an ideal world, the ones that are actually moderating the content, and the servers should be, as much as possible, hands-off about the content. Now, knowing how people operate, when anybody's able to set up a server, they can set what rules they want. They do actually have that authority. So that'll be a server by server thing. But a big part, again, of how all this is designed, inside of here, the reason that the server is not enumerated as one of the interesting spaces is that the server never just has what's in the server's database read out and dumped into the user's view. Right? We never do, just give me a list of all the communities on the server and a count of all the members in there. Not an option. Same with the users. We don't do it that way because the servers are not moderated spaces. As soon as you start to use what's on a server as a driver for how what the user sees, then the server now has to take a much more direct hand in how the content is moderated. So instead we rely on communities and aggregators to do things that have to do with discovery and search and shared spaces. And that's explicitly designed to protect everybody from overreach by servers, which are a fairly privileged position. The other thing that we do to protect from overreach by servers is introduce the ability for communities and users to move from one server to another, the rehoming. So that if there ever is a case where a server abuses its position, you can move away and preserve the community or your account. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. If anybody has any more questions about that, feel free to ask them while I'm doing that. I got to play with the kitty a little bit, looks like, so we have a little more time to just chat. So, one moment. So I'm going to respond first to what Miguel said to do. Actually, I think do was largely right, except for the nuance of the difference between servers and communities, which is why I dove into that difference of communities and servers, right? So I don't know if you were, following closely, Miguel, but I was reacting to do whenever I stepped through that and explaining that difference between server and community. But the problem of regional norms is one of the many reasons why I think global moderation is a bad idea. So I actually completely agree with that. And this is being sort of talked about right now through a particular kind of proxy example of how does Twitter moderate world leaders? You know, if you have a problem with, let's say, the Shah of Iran and something that they're tweeting, when is it appropriate for Twitter to be like, all right, we're not going to host that? Obviously, that's a brutally difficult conversation. The situation in India is a fantastic example of the completely impossible challenge of moderating social media, especially as an outsider. I mean, you're getting straight into some of the most sticky geopolitical implications of all time. And frankly, I think the only way to think reasonably about social media networks as we move forward is to recognize that as soon as you are into the aggregator space in particular, or particularly large communities, you are no longer just a social space, you're actually a media outlet. I think Facebook and Twitter should stop saying we're not media companies. I think they are media companies. And within that framework, some of these challenges make a whole lot more sense. It's just not what their users want them to be. And that's because I believe that if you begin to think of the individual space and the community space as something which is sort of a separate system, that is your social network, and then the media ecosystem that gets built on top of it through aggregation and what have you is more, that's where media companies live. And the same in some communities, but some communities can just be not, media companies, they're just groups of people, and some would actually be like the New York Times. Then it starts to get a lot more clear whenever you ask, like, okay, how do we choose a moderating perspective? Well, how have we decided, whenever we have newspapers or cable news, how to represent the statements of some dictator or some complex figure across the world? We apply a lens to it. There's a point of view being applied. So the idea that you can do global moderation without applying a point of view is fucking nonsense. You just can't do it. As a consequence, that is why there are no global views in Citizen. Not even server global views. We don't try it. It's a stupid endeavor. We actually rely on true social networking, and the reason that it's called Citizen is that I think of it as society, not social. Social ignores the context of the structure of the society, and social is just a quality. Society is an actual structure of individual relationships, of institutions both small and large in the form of communities and aggregators, and a sort of at the end of the day, kind of a marketplace of joining in on or not on those things. I suppose there's a pretty strong overlap with Secure Scuttlebutt. Now, Miguel, you asked earlier, if it's the other way around, the server does not want to provide a platform for a given type of content, what kind of actions can the server take? Two ways to look at that. One of them is just in the kind of raw technical aspect, and the other one is in the ideal form. In a raw technical sense, a server is able to remove anybody from their servers. At this stage, because servers maintain the private keys, it would be entirely possible, like the servers basically do control those data sets. If they wanted to delete them from their records and just blast, nuke them into a memory hole, yeah, they could do that. Unfortunately. That problem is one of the reasons why it would be extremely good to move into a system where the private keys are being hosted on user devices. It's challenging for a lot of reasons. And so it's going to take us some time to get there. But if that were the case, then the server would not have quite as much power. The only one mitigation we do have against that is that while a server can delete records from their database, the hypercores are easy to cache on other servers. So while as long as you are backed up somewhere, you can restore your data. And if it's a real concern for you, you could have some kind of service on another server somewhere, or set up your own computer. And in fact, the stack, you can run it on your own device. You could run a backup, a daily backup or a continuous streaming backup of all your own content if you were inclined to do that. So on a technical level, that's the case. If a server wants to get rid of something, boom, it's gone. Culturally, I think we should discourage that. Right? We're trying to create as much as possible a situation in which a server doesn't need to do that. And so the protocol for rehoming, one of the steps we were going to be including in there is a sort of a variation of deleting a user, which is basically a server ban, which basically puts the user in a state in which it's no longer able to do really anything except to update records for its new home, right? So if this community gets server banned, it's not able to do anything anymore. All activity is going to stop for that community, but the rehoming process will still be available to it. It could choose a new server, set itself up there, and then in its server banned state, it will be able to go back to its original server and say, okay, I've moved here. Please note that in your records, and then transfer my data over, and we're done. So that's that is the strategy there. In general, all of this, Miguel, you're talking about not wanting to have to risk CP showing up. We're talking about illegal content here. And I consider it on a cultural level completely within the purview of a server to delete content that they don't want to have because it's illegal. So it's not even that they don't want to have, it's that they can't have, that they are adopting legal risk and having it. And so the culture around whether or not you server ban versus delete from your server is going to be something which is a give and take. And I imagine people will raise hell about it, and we will be needing to give servers tools to be able to transparently justify their decisions, so that whenever somebody says, I'm being unfairly removed from this thing, they didn't even let me rehome, that's a huge violation of the culture, you could point at something and say, yo, that was illegal. Don't fuck with me. And it's a complicated thing here. You're talking about the relationship with power, but you're also talking about how people be. And people be rough sometimes. A little bit similar to the Cathedral and the Bazaar, in the sense that we're trying to get away from overly cathedral-centric thinking in the context of networks. I'm glad this resonates with you, Doom. All right, any other questions about all this? I have to make a note for myself to capture this because it's some useful discourse. Day 47. These are my notes for... Started what, around... No timestamps in the chat. All right. Yeah, I'm in agreement about that. So if we talk about having the keys go onto the end user's device, it would have to be some kind of pairing with servers to make sure the stuff stays online even when they're offline. Michael asks, how does server deletion and content deletion come into play when we have user-owned data? It gets a little bit more complicated, but not terribly more complicated. If the server holds the private key, they can actually go in and modify the database, right? Now, we might actually try to... At present, there's not any mechanism for doing that. So we might try to introduce a similar kind of approach to community moderation, where a server owner is actually able to create a kind of record saying, don't host this through my HTTP interface or through my WebSocket, but not actually deleting the database record. So kind of a blocking mechanism on that front. So that's on the kind of per content level. Now on the actual like full user, full database level, if a server deletes a database, the private key gets lost. And that's really the only significant difference. The content is still accessible in the Hypercore mesh. And so it's possible to copy it out elsewhere. But deleting the private key just means, all right, changes can't occur anymore. It's going to be really challenging, Miguel. I'm not even going to vaguely pretend otherwise, because I'm going to have a very hard time, I know just personally, when I start to see stuff that's not illegal, but that I totally disagree with. That's going to be really hard for me. What I try to remind myself is that my the attempts to detach being a server operator and somebody who is in control of how content gets surfaced to people means that, by and large, unless it's illegal, I have some freedom to just say, all right, well, the communities and the algorithms that I'm advancing to people don't have that content on there. That stuff's not illegal. I don't like it. Not illegal. So I'm going to try to remain fair on that front and just say, it's not my jam, it's not illegal, so it's going to stay. I do not like the idea of being able to punch in a URL that's on one of my servers and it brings you that content, but if it's not being promoted through the system of the communities and the algorithms that I'm advancing to people, then it's kind of not my business. And while I hate aspects of that, I think that's the price you pay to maintain the positive side of things. Because as soon as you start to, as the one that is providing just the core hosting, as soon as you start taking advantage of that power, you are beginning to change the nature of the system, away from a system in which it's about the communities and about the algorithms and about user choice and things like that, and instead saying, this is all about me, the server operator. I get to make these choices. and you delegitimize the whole system in doing so. And so it's a similar kind of problem to, like, this is similar to the censorship debate in general. You could go to the federal government and say, you know what, I just really hate people that think Miley Cyrus music is good. Keeping it silly here. I hate those people. Let's pass a law that says if you say something good about Miley Cyrus's music on a live stream, you're going straight to jail. Well, you've broken the whole system now. Right? You've violated the whole premise of having a liberal democracy. So I think it's really important that we put checks and balances on power to make sure that the system maintains its legitimacy. If I didn't have some kind of high-minded point like that, it would be a pretty hard situation. So I have to have something that I can believe in as I deal with that. But I don't want to be the thought police, and I don't want to delegitimize the system, because if you delegitimize the system, then you're allowing, in a way, you're letting the abusers win to steal a meme, because then they're having a greater effect than they would have had otherwise, just because I couldn't deal with the fact that they said some shit about Miley Cyrus that I don't personally go for. I think she's great. So, what this is really all about is watch yourselves talking shit on Miley Cyrus on my servers. That's what this is all really about. It's kind of toasty today. Let me turn on the AC. So Ryan, I saw you tweeting about this. Michael, I'm sure you know what I'm about to talk about here. Big ol' hailstorm in Austin around 4 a.m. I think it was mostly North Austin. I read people in South Austin saying they only got rain. But I'm just north of UT. First I thought it was golf ball size, but actually because of what you tweeted, Ryan, I realized, okay, it's quarter sized. It was big. It was a hell of a hailstorm. And it freaked me out because you didn't even wake up. Oh my gosh, it was so loud in my apartment. Like, the first hailstone that hit, I was awake. But part of the reason that I was, part of the reason that it got me like that is that we had a tornado warning. No, a tornado watch. Not a warning, a tornado watch. I'll tell you in a second, too. So we had a tornado watch, and it was going to kick in somewhere around like 1 a.m. and then go to like 4 a.m. So in the back of my brain, I had tornado possible all queued up. So when the hail hit, I woke up, was like, oh shit. Could be a tornado, prep yourself. And so that I got all my stuff on, I put on my shoes and a jacket. Started thinking about where the hell I would go. After thinking about it, though, there's really nowhere I could go around here, so the best I could do is jump in the tub and put the mattress over me, and then just gear up for the thrill ride of my life. Try to get Kit to stay in the tub with me. But thankfully, when I saw that, yeah, March 25th, we've had a hailstorm, like what, every, 5 years or so? So first of all, none of y'all are spelling Miley Cyrus's name right. It's C-Y-R-U-S. She's a singer. Woo, wearing some very sexy clothing there. So the thing about Miley Cyrus is she's the daughter of a relatively famous musician named Billy Ray Cyrus. And she was a child actress. She had a TV show called Hannah Montana when she was very young. There she is in her young and much more innocent stuff. And in the show, she was it was about a girl who lived a double life as Miley Stewart, normal American girl, and Hannah Montana, international pop superstar. This is absolutely what this stream is all about. So anyway, it was a children's show, and it was like Disney, I think, and she had music produced, I believe, while she was doing Hannah Montana that was kind of related to the show. And then when she decided to, when she got old enough that it was moving on from the show and everything like that, she decided that she was going to sort of break out from her child-focused persona in spectacular fashion. She started to do things like, I think it was at the Grammys, started doing these just wildly, overtly sexual performances, the kind of stuff that was producing all kinds of outrage. And truth be told, she really, she could have, I imagine, found some kind of way to be to transition that a little more cleanly, because when that shit started, she was still thought of by and large as something that was suitable for children. And so there's a degree to which oh, Miley Cyrus is performing, come on kids, let's watch. Oh my god, turn it off. It was pretty bad. And then she has managed to survive all that. She played that controversy perfectly. Transition into being an adult. We're just losing live viewers steadily as I talk about this. And then has continued to put out some pop albums, and now it's kind of getting into somewhat more folky or country. And she has a famous, probably her most famous post-Hannah Montana song would be Party in the USA, which is, I think, a total banger. How did Hannah Montana die? Now I have to know. I'd like to click on that. Come on, I need my Miley information. All right. It's all kind of funny that that this has happened, because I don't really care that much about Miley Cyrus. The only reason this is all happening is that I think it was yesterday I just kind of offhand mentioned that I think she's a talented musician, and that was me kind of bringing in a hot take from my own perspective, and then somebody commented something very nice on the channel, but joking about how I have terrible taste in music because I'm into Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber. Now, I never said anything about Justin Bieber, so and I actually don't think he's a super talented musician, or at least the music that he puts out has never hit for me. So anyway. Then today, this morning, Tara tweeted something about Hannah Montana, and so I decided to shitpost about it. You know what? This is how it happens. This is how we turn into a Miley Cyrus channel. It's never on purpose. Nobody intends to become a Miley Cyrus live stream. It just happens. That's an excellent question. All right, let me save what we got here. And then let's get back to the item system, because that's what we were all actually supposed to be doing today. Listen, man, the longer we get into the week, the more Miley it gets. You know what I'm saying? Feeling pretty miley today because it's Thursday. Had a few beers last night. A little miley today. Alright, what UIs do we need to implement? For... Alright, so first we got the user inventory. This would be pinned items. Well, first of all, the inventory, which would be one of the tabs here. I think I'm going to call it the inventory? Seems right. I don't know. And that will list all the items that you own. And then I want to have a way to pin in specific items so that they can show up here. So if you want to show everybody how many Paul bucks you got, put that right across the top, you can do it. If you want to show some of the badges that you've been awarded, you can do it, right? I think that would be great. That's kind of, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Just a tab right here. I don't know exactly what the order would be. I mean, about, yeah, maybe about goes on the far right, and then inventory right there. Something also that I would like to do is talk about like what else should go in the about section. Like what kind of more profile information we want to add in here. Maybe we powwow about that as a stream at some point, because, you know, like birth date, current significant other, current employer. I don't know. It'd be fun. Open to it. Now we need an improved community inventory UI, because that's all very sort of just there. We need a way to see a transactions feed. And there are lots of interesting questions about the transaction feed. You know, do transactions show up in the main feed? Do we have a another category? Maybe it would be something that we put across the top, you know, as like, you know, posts and then transactions or something like that. Fair enough, Michael. Interesting to think about community-specific profiles. Would be great to show post statistics for everyone so everybody can see how many views their post has. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Those stats will always be a little bit difficult to collect because you don't have a total view. It's not like Twitter where if you're accessing a post, you're using the Twitter server. So there's a degree to which having, I actually, you know, analytics are very good to have, no question. And the question is, I'm not entirely sure that we have a way to produce a, I'll check that out later. I don't know if we have a good way to produce accurate analytics. In fact, probably the closest we could get is if we tried to stick analytics into Citizenry, the front end, but I'm pretty averse to that idea. I think that people would not be cool with that, so we'll think about it. It's a great idea, just don't know. I don't have a great idea about how to do it. You could do it in a kind of a localized sense, or you could do a ping. You know, there's always having a beacon mechanism where you ping analytics, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so we got the transactions feed. Gonna need to have something like that. Kitty kitty. We're gonna need a way to attach transactions to posts and comments. And we're going to need UIs for creating transactions. Lots to do here. Lots to do. The only one that seems in any way straightforward to me are the first two. These two I have a pretty clear idea about how to get done. Transactions feed, not terribly difficult, but I have to kind of think about how that feed even gets produced. Some of this may require some back-end work. Almost certainly attaching transactions to posts and comments is going to require some of that. In fact, as we build the UI, we're going to be probably having to refine the data model and the business logic around items perhaps significantly. Now, a meta question around all this as well is representation of items as well as the properties mechanisms. And I'm actually going to separate these out because they're kind of... Oh yes, little kitty, I know, I don't play with you enough. So a number of interesting challenges there. There's also attaching to relevant content. And then there's transaction feed. Need to take a look and see if we need to produce an additional index to produce a transaction feed. Yeah, I totally agree with that, too. So this is going to be a kind of an area in which I think we are working for quite some time to get it, 100% nailed. It's a lot of work. And so, which is why I was really Miley Cyrusing earlier, because it's a lot of work. Got to get my brain into gear. So I'm going to just start with the user inventory. Because in some ways, at least, that's straightforward. And then we're just going to keep on progressively working our way through. Bad kitty. Okay. I've also got to figure out why notifications sometimes just get swallowed. There's some kind of problem where your update timing just kind of gets eaten. I have to figure out what that is. Okay, so we're getting pretty strong consensus that we need more bugs in the UI. So, thank you everybody for contributing. All right. Am I ever going to actually work? I don't know. That's the mystery for today. All right, here it is. Code getting written. If you gotta, you gotta. All right, so inventory. It's an interesting word. Mikey being a bad kitty? You know, one thing I'm thinking about here is, like, is inventory a completely baffling term? Oh, you know what? You should be rounded. I certainly, you know, if inventory is not a clear word, then we could just stick that stuff in the about section instead. I'm just trying to think, like, if I saw the, you know, got onto some of these things, saw inventory, would I be like, oh, neat, what is that? Or would I be like, what in the fuck is inventory? And, like, will that kind of, does that even correctly reflect what this is? We're seeing what items they're holding, so to speak. If it's an MMO, it'd be your inventory. Well, let's not worry too much about that. Yeah, I mean, like, the high-level concepts is fine. I'm just thinking about that particular word there, inventory. Is that right? Now, we're probably going to need to render this differently for community versus user. Okay. Oh, little kitty. Yes, I know. You got so many feelings. Part of why I'm getting no work done, you know that, right? A little miss. Oh, gosh. Okay. Just go do something else, kid. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, she doesn't want to go out. She's licking her butt. Item groups would be cool. So the inventory obviously has a very different approach for the community versus the user. Because the community is kind of listing for multiple users, whereas a user is listing for just themselves across multiple communities. Basically. So, you know, the kind of thing where it's you can only ever have one of them. Or if you can have more than one, they have different, you know, like so it makes sense to make an item class of just badge, and then the properties distinguish what kind of badge it is, and then they, you know, the rendering of it shows what kind of shows the badge name. Just to, you know, prepare you all, there's going to be a lot of humming and hawing today as I think through all this, but I promise if I'm just staring at the screen, I'm actually thinking, actually working on it. That's me right now. God, I hate Giphy. There we go. Yeah, showing the JSON is obviously not, it was a temporary thing. None of this is a real UI. I know, right? Giphy would be an amazing service if it just gave you the fucking GIF. But no, all this bullshit around it. Hate it. I'm sure they have some reasons for it, but good God. Getting some good protocol feedback in the issues. You gotta monetize. Yeah, but like, is this really the way? This whole nightmare? Admittedly, this is in some ways better than it has been historically, but it's still not good. Yeah, on mobile it's a particularly brutal situation, but yeah, look at this. Is it a background image? Yeah, it's, Jesus. Yeah, another great example of how NFTs would change everything. This is such a neat project. Okay, so it doesn't look like I have a way to do image imports. Oh, handy. I wish I knew about that sooner. Gosh, this thing is so cool. Grid, also useful. In my defense, I'm actually designing here. So I'm going to try to hand draw a badge. Alright, and then over here we got cash money stacks. And over here we got a kitty cat. Right on, right on. Yeah, I think this kind of little card approach is the right approach. Can I make my life a little simpler with a quick cheat of doing this current item class? Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere here. Can't reply. Right. Two column may actually not have enough space to work. May have to be single column, but let's see here. Be interesting to see if we could pack all this in. The two column may not be doable, especially if we want to have an icon for it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how the two column approach can work even on desktop. I think it's just going to have to be single column. because I haven't actually even gotten all the visual elements in here, and it's just a little too crowded as it is currently. Yeah, I think if we wanted to do the 2 columns, having the text would not be able to do 2 columns, or 2 rows rather. Now let me think here. Okay, let's supposing we take this, store it away for half a second. Well, the crown is there's some placeholder stuff that I'm doing here. This may be one of those things where I just gotta try stuff for a little bit, because there's a number of design decisions that I'm sort of weighing, and so I'm just gonna try some variations and eventually the dot menu will have tools like if you own it, to transfer the item, if you're a moderator, to transfer or destroy the item, and then anybody can view the details of the transaction. So a variety of different actions. Yeah, we could, except that then I expect that things like the user profile will be clickable. So that becomes a little bit challenging. Let me think here. Okay, here's a thought. Appreciate that, dude. Well, you know, for what it's worth, I am fortunate that there's a couple of reasons why I'm able to do that. One of them being that we're still early, so I'm not being overwhelmed by folks, which is great. Another factor that helps a lot is that everybody that shows up here is awesome. Haven't had any real problems on that front. And then, the live stream has been a real boon on that front. I love doing this live stream. It has just been the best choice I've maybe ever made in my professional career. I think we're getting somewhere here. Why does the grid... Oh, I know why. It's that aggressive caching. You gotta keep DevTools open constantly to fight it. Okay. I will certainly do my best. Always remember your friends. Obviously all the spacing is all over the place here, but we're certainly starting to get into the realm in which the information layout seems like it's manageable. Now, the reason that I think we want to have Citizen Apocalypse Survivor showing up on top there is this is actually a bad example for it, because in this case it would be the same badge in every case. But that is the sort of descriptive rendering, which will be on an item-by-item basis, and in some cases, like whenever it's a cat, it would be the name of your cat. Or if we add a generic badge, it would be the name of the badge. So this category could be, rather than Citizen Apocalypse Survivor, could be badges, and then the different badge names would be showing up there. So that's why I'm sort of taking this approach currently. Spend more time fighting with my autocomplete tools. This is starting to look pretty reasonable, actually. Actually, quite reasonable. I think we're onto something here. Of course, bear in mind that the icon and the title would be customizable. Those click targets might be a little difficult on mobile. use the bathroom real quick, so be right back. Okay, so it's still... We're getting somewhere, but I'm not 100% in love with it yet. It's, you know, effective enough, but it isn't exactly attractive, and I like it to be a little attractive. Okay, gonna save that bit of work and go on a little adventure here, and we'll see how it goes. You know what I should have done, forgot to do, is I like to, whenever I'm going on a little adventure like this, open up in a tab the old design and kind of keep it preserved so I can switch between the two, and I just totally forgot to do that this time, which is too bad. Okay, see you in a bit, dude. Dope. Well, glad to have you. Yep, that's definitely on the way. Yep. You're rich. Top 1% over here. Now you're really onto something. Okay, so that's option 2 here. Let's go back to option 1 so that we can have that in a tab as well. Compressing the information a little bit. An approach like this would be sort of what Michael was suggesting. You click on one of them and information shows up. I'll try another approach to this. Yeah, you know, yeah, just give me a second to explore a little bit here, dude. And, yeah, rather possible at some point that this plays out exactly as you described, Joshua. Okay, so MX Auto is not doing what it ought to. Yeah, I just need a second to finish kind of exploring this and seeing how it feels. Don't want to jump to any conclusions too quickly here. Well, you know, it's a bit difficult to, make a decision here for a number of reasons. Well, I feel rather that we need to have some kind of sense of what this is intended to do. And optionality is fine, but it's just not a solution to the initial design question that we have to answer. We have to have some sense of how this is supposed to work. So obviously the approach that this right here is taking puts us into a kind of grouping by owner as opposed to grouping by item class. Aesthetically, I'm not yet satisfied with it by any stretch. But in fact, aesthetically, I'm not quite satisfied with any of these. This one gets perhaps the closest. And I think the question in many ways kind of comes down to what information we need to provide and what is the most efficient rendering of that information. Sometimes it's rather difficult to separate the information architecture from the aesthetics involved. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking with these little these dollar signs. That's my sort of placeholder for what would ultimately be chosen for the item. Joshua, is that how the stream showed up to you, as a Google Play Music notification? Yeah, that is also an option. To some degree, the image alone may not be sufficient for this because it is not a top-down design. The images have very little guarantee to differentiate meaningfully from one another. And so the possibility that it's incredibly unclear what you're looking at is very real. And for some of the items, the text may actually be more meaningful than the icon. For instance, the cats, your virtual cat, would probably be a more interesting thing, you know, to show the name of the cat. Yeah. Again, if the image were a sufficient level of information, I would be pretty on board with that, but I'm afraid that won't be the case for us. Yeah, it's just that, like, so an example of how this would be a problem, Michael, is the Citizen Apocalypse Survivor item class. Oh, huh. At present, the item class actually provides all the information you need to know what you're looking at, but I think that something like Citizen Apocalypse Survivor is more likely to become a generic sort of item class for badges. So that rather than creating a new item class every time you create a badge, you would just create an instance of the badge class. And so in that kind of scenario, you would really need to render what the badge is, right? Because, like, this is the information we want, and if we're using a generic item class, this would just, each one of them would say badge, 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 and you'd just not be seeing anything meaningful, or you would just not, you know, if we're using an icon. Now, okay, let me think about this, though. If you are using an icon, you know, oh, shit, man, maybe you have a point. Maybe you have a point here. Because if you do use an icon, you're right. Like, you would have, it would be like a look at, let's say, like, I have 10 badges, it would just be like a bunch of badge icons, and then, yeah, you could, like, hover over them and see what the badge is. Damn it, Michael. You're right. Okay, so with that in mind, Yeah, well, it might have to be where you actually click instead. You click on an individual person and you see a deeper listing. Compressing and compressing and compressing. That's what I'm thinking, is that we let the communities upload the icons. Oops. Just accidentally reloaded my popped out chat, and now it's not good. Oh no, momento. There it is. Hey, Palu. Okay. I think you're in the same time zone that I am, dude. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, now let's, for the sake of testing here, add a more denser set of items. So the item rendering, yeah, I don't know if I'll have the information to know, because of how the item classes are defined, whether or not I can hide the number. I think that the sort of item renderings are good, but the overall aesthetic is still not totally my jam, and I gotta try to wrap my head around why I feel that way, what needs to happen here to make it feel a little better. Well, I'd be fine with customization again if, like, it's, you know, adding options to amongst a number of good-looking UIs. But at this stage, what we're dealing with is just getting any UI to actually be aesthetically pleasing, in addition to an effective information architecture. Finish. Consider doing that. I don't have any problem with letting people set their own CSS. I mean, it depends on what exactly you're talking about. Like, if you want it to be for your own, only your own client, or if you want it to be rendered for everybody. Those are two different things, and the latter is obviously a little more complex. Yeah, I mean, I think ideas like that are all fine. It's just not really, I think, our top priority. Yeah, I'm using Tailwind. I am just not super stoked on how this looks. Okay, let's try something. Let's keep adventuring here. struggling with my grays. This would be a pretty significant aesthetic departure to have dark headers. I feel like we might be making a little progress here. Let's try doing that at 100 and instead of all these. Totally agree with you on that. Having nice little tools for creating your items and things, that's going to be a big goal. What I'm doing right now really is sort of prioritizing figuring out the rendering first so that I know exactly what tools we need for the kind of creation and things like that. Disappointed that I don't have a good way to do this without borders because the rest of the design has been 100% borderless, but I'm kind of struggling to figure out how to do this without borders. It just gets a little muddy without them. Getting some of the limits of my design abilities. Certainly not bad. Might have to be good enough for now. Let's do a little tricky trick to help us conceptualize what we're looking at. I'm going to get rid of the repeats. And then I'm going to do item.value.item class all bucks. matter of fact, I did add a little light border, funny enough. Okay, it's item.value.class ID. Okay, so that's a little more accurate rendering of what this will look like. All good. Sometimes that stuff doesn't totally show through the stream. We're not there yet. We're close. We're not there. The information architecture looks right to me. The actual aesthetics do not. We're going to be craftsmen. We're not going to take something sloppy. We're going to follow the Japanese model and be rigorous. Getting rid of the borders because we don't use borders in our design. Alright, Benjamin. Let's see. I may have broken the tool by which I could... Here, I'll do it over on the live. Benjamin, what's your username? There you go. The borders aren't the only problem with the aesthetic. Dude, did you not get one already? I thought I had actually gotten you one. Yeah, you got the badge. Let's try one other thing here. Okay, so here's this. That may actually have more to do with my bandwidth than yours. Okay, I'm gonna capture that, and then I'm gonna try one other approach here. Wish I had preserved the last one. I keep forgetting to do that. So this approach Thank you, Benjamin. I'm glad to hear that. This approach basically groups it so that the users are adjacent to each other, and then does one kind of entry per item. Well, thanks, y'all. And yeah, Benjamin, that'll actually change in the not too distant future. In fact, it may be changing soon, because what will eventually happen is the top nav will have swipes for different kinds of feeds. So in the long run, your home feed will they'll have this kind of thing across the top. So, Mike, you're saying that this approach of like duplicating people and kind of one per item is kind of confusing to you? Could try grouping them by item class and then listing them like this. Yeah, so the trick with the two column layout is it's allows the basic styling of the thing to match what it'll be like on mobile when you're on desktop. So that's kind of like why I'm inclined to do it that way. Now, what we could do is, rather than having it all one flat list like this with all the different types, we could group them up into different item classes. So, you know, badges, and then Paul Bucks, and then etc. Yeah. Okay, let's give that a shot. is by item class. There is a lot about this that I like. There are some problems with this. One of the usernames flowed to the left and wrapped around. Don't know if I totally understand what you're getting at with that. Okay, so I'm clicking around, I'm doing stuff, I go to here, I go to here, I see all those. This list is going to get just massive over time. Basically what we had before, actually. So I'm pretty sure this one's a no-go right here. Just bad information density. Ah, kitty cat. What do you want? Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, probably Freddie. If you want to hit me with that on the Discord or by Twitter DM. Okay. I think I have had enough time to process the options here. I think I know what we want. Both. I would highly recommend never vaping, never getting addicted to nicotine, but nicotine is an effective stimulant. And I do it instead of doing Adderall. But it definitely has medical consequences which far exceed the upside, so I don't recommend it. In the 80s, everybody did coke. In the 90s, we transitioned to Addy and nicotine. Back to here. Didn't come off as rude at all. I don't mind sharing my situation with vaping and nicotine. So I am quite sure that this initial breakdown is how it should work. This UI will need a little love, but it needs to be something like this. The information density is very low with this approach, I agree. One thing to bear in mind, we should think through kind of all of the jobs that this UI has. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, what all are we trying to accomplish when we're looking at the inventory of a community? And that's different from when we're looking at the inventory of an individual user. The inventory of a community, there are really two jobs. The first is to see and, you know, see and wrap your head around the full data set. And that's sort of what we've been toying with so far here. The other one is to pull out sort of insights from each of the things, you know, which is going to be a little bit difficult to do, so we're going to not do that yet, I think. But I could see a lot of sense to having some, similar to pinning items that you're proud of as a user, you might do a similar thing with communities where you are essentially establishing, you know, the high order bits here. Like, as a way of kind of, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, in fact, it might just be the exact same thing of a pinning mechanism where you pin up in the, up here, you know, people with notable items. I don't know, we'll see. But let's start by taking seriously this information density question. So I'm going to not save you, I'm going to not save you. Any user that has the permissions within a community. So you would have to have, nobody except for me currently has the permission to create item classes. But if you created your own community, you could certainly do it. Save this, and I'm going to try. It's mostly redundant code, nothing's really being lost here. I'm going to try this. Correct, Serapath. The kitty returns. What does the kitty want? Little baby. Meow. Ah! She attacks. Why does she attack? Oh, little baby, what do you need, huh? Oh, what do you want? What out? You want time? She needs attention. like many of us from time to time. Gonna let me work? Okay. So our information density is obviously much better here. On this screen, when we're looking at the listing of virtual items, let's dive into that. Alright, sounds good, Freddy. Catch you when you can join us again. Time for my just let me put on you ever Sir Beth, you ever watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia? There's this scene where somebody tells Charlie, why don't you get a job? And he's like, great, fine, why don't I go to what is that? Why don't I just what is that? What does he say in that? Anyway, I can't remember the reference, so joke ruined, but what I was gonna say is Would love to have that. Would love to do it all on CTZN, but I don't have the capacity to get all that implemented yet. So it's going to be YouTube for now. Yeah, oh, get a job? Just get a job? I'm gonna strap on my job helmet and squeeze into the job cannon and fire off into job land where jobs grow on jobbies. That's my response right now. Okay. Obviously, I'm being, I'm totally teasing about that. I just would love to do it, just can't do it yet. This is all taking a while, but I think everybody can appreciate, why. It's just a slightly difficult task we have here. Slightly difficult design space, but we will get there. Well, yeah. We'll get to that when we get to it. not justify. Maybe what I need to do is flex column, and then justify item center. Then why is the width going weird? Accomplish anything? No. There it is. Total pain in the butt to get that to do what I needed it to. Yeah, this is feeling pretty solid here. About a billion classes. Width full, don't need. Okay, and then I need to bump that and that. That's good to know. No freaking clue why that fixed itself. We'll just chalk that up to the gremlins. Probably because I program for fun more than for money. Okay, so that feels a little better. I like that. Now let's get into the header for the individual items. Yeah, you would not be the first for me to hear that about. It's not uncommon. I consider myself extremely fortunate that I just happen to really enjoy doing this. Okay. Yeah, understandable. Sure. No. One stupid step at a time. We are gradually getting through this. Taking a lot longer than I would have liked. I mean, this is only redoing existing UIs, but we're setting the foundations for this as we go. Hopefully it'll get kind of easier as we go. I'm thinking that the term should be items for the community and inventory for citizens. Okay, and then we need to make the individual ones clickable. Whew. Yeah, it's feeling pretty decent so far. Could be worse. Can easily imagine at some point getting some kind of tool across the top, which is like a search for looking for individual people and things like that. worry about that in the future when we have more data to contend with. I'm going to make it so that whenever you click on one of those things, we use the view item pop-up, which is something we should be able to reuse in multiple contexts. Yeah, ain't nothing to do but get it done, baby. I think now would probably be a wise moment to switch over to the debug group. So that I don't screw up anybody's precious items. All right. Okay. Okay. Probably just want to move transfer item down that bottom left nav. Not nav, but space, let's say. Okay. Works for me. No, what if I put that form rather than above? What if I put it down here? Yeah, that's kind of nice. And then rather than giving it that gray background, we do a really similar thing to this. That's feeling pretty good. Okay, now let's render the item information. bathroom real quick. Be right back. So this is an example of a situation where the direction I was beginning to go with a tabular form, I was doing it as kind of the process of figuring out what I'm doing here, but as now that I've kind of fleshed out all the data that needs to be there, I could of course make the table look good, but that is poor information architecture. And generally speaking, I think a great rule of information architecture is if you can avoid using a table, you should, because not all information has equal weight, and that's the failure of that approach to IA. So, hey, big tech. Banners are missing, eh? Really? Have you, you're saying you tried to, can't rightly say what that's about. Try re-uploading, see if that fixes it. Alright, I'm gonna have to dig into all that later. Yeah, have you tried re-uploading to see if that fixes the problem? Can't rightly tell you why it would disappear on you like that. Indeed. That's interesting. What's that about? Okay. That's interesting. The banner is actually loading correctly, but for some reason the system seems to think that it's failing and it's going to the fallback when it... Yeah, when it shouldn't be. The shadow route seems wrong. Huh, okay. I'll look into it. Yeah, odd. Hey Freddy, welcome back. Yeah, the caching is just bizarre. I've got to figure it out. That would probably make a pretty big difference, dude. Struggling to design this thing. Well, you don't need to set up a node to do that. You can just fork the front end up. Well, feel free to build your own front-end app. More than happy for you to. It's fine either way. I mean, it will be hard work to have to spend a fair amount of time kind of coordinating and updating as we go along here, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it. Somebody else was doing that recently. That makes sense. It's the fan I've got propped up on my desk. It kind of vibrates and yeah. It's still just a little bit warm not to have it. Just giving you all the soundtrack, that's all. Fair point. It's very light, though. Or did I just screw up there? Yeah, why don't I take that off? Slowly but surely, I think we're getting to where I want this to be. misaligned. Oh. Got it. Appreciate that. Okay. We are almost there on this particular element of many. It's a long process. This feels pretty good to me. Okay, glad I clicked on that. Got a little overflow problem. Here you go, Himnex. One debug for you. It's time to start tracking some of these to-dos here. It's getting a little crushed, isn't it? I think that won't happen if I move some of those onto the anchor element. Looks like I'll have to use the flex property. size of this thing? 20. Okay. Whew, boy. Okay. So, obviously this is going to need some love as well. Let's get the inventory done. We were moving at about half the rate that I was hoping we would. Okay. Inventory time. Yeah, I'm not actually I kind of agree with you. I'm not a major fan of material design. Just don't think it's a very visually pleasing style. Wouldn't be a bad idea. There it goes. Okay, how do we want to render these now? Thanks, Freddy. Making progress here. For sure. Sounds good to me, dude. Hey, Joe. Glad to hear it. Appreciate the positive thoughts, y'all. Coming along for sure. And I broke it. 995. now I think we're starting to see how this can get interesting. You start to see on somebody's profile their inventory. It's almost kind of like a community standing. You know? Like, oh, this guy's got 99 debugs in the Citizen Debug group. That person hangs there. That guy's got rep. I'll be very interested to see how it plays out. Either brilliantly or disastrously. Obviously, there's nothing in between. World of Warcraft meets Twitter, y'all. Okay, now we just need to make those a link. Very nice of you, dude. I'm showing my good side. And by my good side, I mean you can't see all this. It's all up here. Cool. Okay, that's like coming along. I need to handle when you don't have anything. Yeah, you're probably right. I was thinking not to do that on account of trying to avoid the possible awkwardness of like grammar getting screwy, but yeah, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Yeah, it looks quite good. That. Oh, man. Okay, if I can get us through all remaining bugs around the current thing, I can go ahead and push what we got so far. Even with some of the clunkinesses, some of the bullshittinesses, and there are two things I gotta do, and then I think we can push this and people can start playing with these new views. One of them is we need to get the permissions check done in the view item modal. Which is this right here. Indeed, we shall crush them. Yeah, it's not a major problem. We're going to need a load call. Let's start with this, just so I can see how this looks whenever okay, so that's missing, as it should be, and then if I go over here, can't. Okay. And then that permission, I tend to get can transfer unowned item. I actually have a view for getting a permission that I can use as opposed to calling this. Let's see, community has permission, I think. Community user permission view. Okay, let's take a look at how that's implemented. Hi, Jonathan. How you doing? Nightmare of a line. I'm doing well. Just trying to get some World of Warcraft mechanics into my social network, you know what I'm saying? Normal stuff. Stuff everybody does. Where do I store files? So, could you be a little more specific? Which files are you talking about? Yeah. So the way that is done is, okay, one moment while I just test. Okay, good. I shouldn't have any permission, but I don't own the plane. All right, how about over here? Great. Great. That totally worked. Let me just wrap that up. Okay. So like every user has a database, which is called a Hyper-B. It's a distributed key value store. It's kind of like LevelDB, but peer-to-peer. Each of them contains a database record, _DB, which says what type of database it is. And then it will have something like this. And that is pointing to a Hypercore database. And inside that Hypercore database, we store blobs, which sometimes fit into a single chunk, sometimes they span multiple chunks. Like that. There's also a table within the Hyper-B called the blobs table. And so it'll have things like blobs avatar, and that points into the database, the Hypercore database. Make sense? So in a way, basically every user in the network has two different Hypercore data structures, which represent their data. The Hypercore database, which has this table, and that metadata entry of underscore database, pointing to a second database called which is a Hypercore, an append-only log. So it is similar. I don't know how deeply familiar you are with the Hypercore network, but Hyperdrive works in a similar function. But we sort of are doing a kind of our own version of Hyperdrive works similarly to this, but we're doing our own version of it, really. That make sense? Cool. You bet. Happy to oblige. And I'm gonna be super lazy right now, and I'm just gonna copy this function over. Okay, so now I should be able to pop over here. I'm going to transfer somebody random here. Jonathan, do you have a account? And are you a member of the alpha testers? If so, what's your username? Or your user ID, rather? No big if you don't. I just need somebody random to pass some data to here. Pass an item to. I'll give it a ham knocks. All good. You missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime, but I wouldn't worry about it. Cool. All right. So that's done. Didn't know you were here lurking, Melanie. Your ratings just took a bump. You're on the upswing. And that actually got done. All right. Let's review our updates here. Actually, yeah. Oh, that was a hard one commit.
CTZN.
I've got a lot of notifications to catch up on, but let me just see what's going on here. Uh-oh. Why didn't the reply show up? Oh boy. What in the F? Oh gosh, what is that about? Alright, later, Freddy. Did I break threads? I'm sure it's not Citizen Apocalypse 2, but I definitely broke thread viewing. How did I do that? Well, it takes talent to randomly break your code, but talent's what I bring. Oh, brother. Stupid. Alright, fixed. Yeah, I, like you, Joe, every time I see something like that, my breath catches, to be sure. Oh!
Citizen.
Okay, let me just make sure there's nothing in here that I need to... Alright. Alright, let's dig into this. Is me. Am I following? And that's inside of him. Right? Am I following? Okay.
Citizen.
Okay, so we should now have inventories. Okay. Jonathan, I actually don't know what you're replying to there, and I'm not sure if I'm not seeing everything or what's going on with that. Oh, right. Gotcha. Well, how can I say no? I'm not here to disappoint. 100 ratings go to you. Would you rather have ratings? Good, glad to hear it. Would you rather have ratings or Paul Bucks? Ratings is the stupid thing that I created at one point to when we were joking about ratings, but Paul Bucks are the real action. So now this is your chance to decide: do you want Paul Bucks or do you want ratings? It's a tough call, I know. Well, you know what? I'm feeling generous. How about both? We'll do both. Let's see. Have you joined? So the way that all this works is that the items are specific to communities. So have you joined the alpha testers yet? Yeah, it's I don't like to call out so join this community and I'll give them to you. I like to call out how jelly Elon is, but he's obviously pretty jelly. It's one of those kind of embarrassing things, it's like, dude, chill out. Yeah, so join the alpha testers group or community rather. Here's the link for you. Good deal. Alright, 10 ratings go to you. And then Paul Bucks. $10 Paul Bucks. That's so silly. There you go. Everybody needs their custom currency. It's the wave of the future, man. You bet. That's how you get them Paul Bucks, is hanging out on the feed, on the stream rather. Ain't any kitty bucks yet, but I'll tell you what is going to happen. Is at some point we're going to create kits, or cats rather. And I'm going to wait until we're totally ready to do that. But yes, at some point cats will get added to Citizens and you can create your cat! But that'll be a somewhat complex task because that's going to involve a situation in which we have to make it so that anybody can create an item. I suppose that, yeah, so that'll be an interesting challenge. Figuring out how we create a system in which anybody should be able to get them. May have to wait for like bots to do that or something similar. Kind of custom rules like that. Oh. That is a cute cat. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we are one step closer here to our items goal. Let's kind of do a review of where we're at here. We've got a user inventory. Pinned items. Community items. View, got that. We need a transaction feed. We need a way to So, what we have currently, and that needs to go away. That actually does show up in that log right now. So if you go to the activity log of a community, you can see here, and for some reason that one is staying pinned on top. I gotta find out why that's happening. But you can see here, here's where I created an item, here's where I transferred an item, here's where I updated the profile banner and the profile. So things like admin stuff would also show up here. So this is your this is your transparency log. This is how you see everything that's happening to the shared database. But we need to have some other kind of view that's particular to item actions. Okay, so we got our work cut out for us, but it's not too bad all told. One moment. Yes. So, I mean, Michael, like if you're talking about, like, there's definitely going to be a transaction log of some kind for items. Now, whether or not we mix in other things, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we could create there's a possibility we could do that. Just an activity feed. That would make sense. And I mean, like, over time, I think there's probably going to be a variety of actions that kind of fall into the broader category of activity, that maybe like item trades and things like that would fit under. So that would make sense to include things like, changes to the mod structure and things like that. Makes sense. So currently, Jonathan, the way that this works is the ability to create items or item classes is a permission that you have to have an explicit role for. So if you don't have a role, you that can't get the permission as it currently is designed. And we might cook up a way to create like a special default role, which is like the permissions that any given person has. And in that scenario, we could say, all right, that in the default role you're allowed to create items, but you need to parameterize that probably by a certain class. So it's a little complicated, and probably the way that we'll address things like that is by getting bots involved, I'm thinking. So you create a bot with with the permissions it needs, and then it can have like custom logic, and so you ask the bot to create things for you. That's probably how we'll do that. Seems like the more convenient or elegant approach to the problem. And yeah, that makes sense, Michael. Whew, it was a tough dev day. A lot of difficult design work. Kind of funny because some of what ended up happening was, looks pretty straightforward in the end. Once you look at it, like, yeah, okay, I don't know why that's hard, but it was hard. It was hard. I'm pretty happy with the results. I do agree. If it looks simple, then you pulled something important off. Hey, this is back. Now the question is, does the feed on this server update whenever I try to create a post? No. Wasn't exactly quick, but that's cross-server stuff working again, so that's encouraging. Okay. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to wrap it up. I'm beat. This is a slog today. Does anybody have anything they want to ask me before we wrap it up? Bring back an old tradition here. Time to bring out the guitar. It's the wrap it up guitar. So if anybody wants to ask me any questions, that's what we're sort of doing here, is I'm just going to play guitar to occupy myself and wait for anybody to ask me anything. So if you have any questions you have for how all this works, what we're doing, any kind of design decision or architectural decision, happy to answer. Probably the tooling to go to shift a mode, a community and a server into invite-only mode will be something that I try to get done before the beta launch. The smash the emergency button solution. So that if something is, if we're getting some community or some server is being attacked or brigaded or spammed or anything like that, you can lock things down long enough to get everything under control. It seems like probably the thing that I absolutely will hit before the beta gets launched. I think I can go ahead and trash this. Let's pull this back up. And I saw your question there, Jonathan, so I'll get to you in a second. Yeah, the only other thing that would make sense to try to get done sooner than later is auto mods, which I think probably I'll wait a little bit on until it's really needed. Not because we don't need it, but like it's something that if we're able to lock things down, if something goes amiss, that we can stem the bleeding, and then I can stop what I'm doing and get some features in to help us combat that problem. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So the vision for items. I'll tell the genesis of the items idea and then kind of explain how it's evolved. Items were cooked up, there's a number of overlapping factors here. I have for some time been thinking about this project as what I keep saying, World of Warcraft meets Twitter. So it was always kind of in the space of possibility. But one of the major design goals for the system is to have a lot of user programmability in the system through things like bots or through custom backends, because you can run your own server. So just custom business logic and things like that. And to enable something like that to work, you need to have good primitives in the whole network that are kind of shared and understood by most of the systems, because the front end is detached from the back end. So anytime you have some kind of behavior that your community or your bot or some algorithm that you're running needs to represent, you need to have something which is like a tool, a primitive that it can leverage. And so the items were like, okay, so if we want to create like custom rule sets with like different algorithms and things like that, why don't we create basically the ability to make sort of quantifiable information. And they could take different shapes. They could be fungible, meaning like with Paul bucks, you can accumulate quite a bit of them. Could be used for things like fake currencies. Could be used for things like karma or reputation ratings, or things like hit points if you want to make kind of a game. And then things which are unique, like a badge, like this is an Apocalypse Survivor item here. And so then with those tools, you can start to build custom rules in your bots or in your communities, and anchor all the different kind of custom quantifiable metrics through these items. The kind of thing where like, all right, the rule is you're only allowed to post if you have 10 Paul bucks. And it's very clear rendered in the UI, okay? So that's the stated rule in the rules of the community, and so I know that's the logic that's being used, and I can see how many Paul bucks I have. So that was the kind of technical thinking, but on the creative side, well, it's just fun. It's a fun, novel thing to do. And there's some kind of connection to, with what's going on with blockchains. I think people are super into the idea of tokens as, novel mechanics for recording value, but these are sort of non-economic tokens that are used to represent things like social capital, and they are generated by monetary capital to mine, so to speak. So like people are getting Paul bucks by hanging out in the stream and and hanging with me, so I'm giving out Paul bucks, right? Whereas with a token, people can give away actually monetary valuable tokens, but generally it's by economic trade. The smart contracts still need to be formalized somewhat, but the nature of the system is that because the hypercores are append-only logs, they have the foundations for acting like a smart contract, in that all the transactions are being recorded in a permanent fashion, or at least in an externally auditable fashion. Somebody from the outside can sit and watch all these transactions occurring. And the missing piece for a full smart contract implementation is to have the contract rules being published in an externally auditable way as well. So like the contract needs to get published. But if you know the rules of the contract, you can watch the database and notice whenever something happens that violates the contract, because the transaction log is being streamed out in an append-only fashion. So whenever you detect that, hey, Paul's Paul bucks account just bumped up by 1,000, and there was no action that was taken to do that, or they didn't have the permission for it. So somebody went into the database and modified that value. That would be something that you could actually um, detect as a violation of the smart contract. Now, in blockchains, the way that violations of smart contracts are handled is by failing to process the transaction, because it's a distributed network, and so the enforcement of the contract is automated. In this design, these are effectively like hosted blockchains with a single writer. So if that writer wanted to screw around with the state, it could. It would just be externally visible and provable from the outside that they broke the contract. And so rather than the system automatically enforcing it, it just is detectable from the outside. The community can point to it and say this was a violation of the smart contract, and there can be social consequences for it. So it's a system which is a little bit more lax, but certainly has the, it kind of falls back on social pressure to maintain the contract. But as a benefit of it, it performs, or it should perform somewhat better, because you don't have to have a global consensus algorithm, and especially not a decentralized global consensus algorithm. So we're able to eject one of the more complicated pieces of blockchains while still maintaining that benefit of external auditability, which smart contracts are all about. So that's the smart contract relationship with it. Just talking a little bit more about the broader idea for items, though, one of the reasons I think that having World of Warcraft meets Twitter is a good idea is that I think for a lot of people that want to engage socially online, crafting tweets or comments is not really in their wheelhouse. Something that they can do. Sometimes they'll get a winner, sometimes they won't. Some people are excellent at it and have a ton of Twitter followers and stuff like that. Some people are not. And it seems to me that that is actually a really bad design, because if you don't have a social space in which everybody can fit in and participate in some way, and everybody can be valued in some way and enjoy the experience, but instead is kind of reduced down to actions which are fundamentally require a sort of elitist mentality. You're either good at tweeting or you're not. That's the truth of it. We're talking about wrangling information. Not everybody can craft good hot takes or good jokes. So there needs to be a set of kind of interactions in the social space which are not only approachable for everybody and fun for everybody, but also intentionally purposeless, like intentionally silly and non-serious. Because that creates a space in which people are able to spend time with each other and develop friendships and community without having to be so purpose-driven, and without having to have so much risk attached to it. So much of social interaction in person is not about doing anything serious. It's really about having a good time with each other. And my hope is that through, non-serious mechanics, people will find novel ways to express themselves in ways that maybe they haven't been able to figure out in a tweet, but creating more kind of sophisticated gradients of expression and communication through subtler mechanisms, sharing items with each other, building a church to something that they love, the Church of Citizen, if somebody wanted to do that. And then, it's a silly thing. You join the church, and it doesn't mean anything except that it's just a way, like that's a kind of an alternative to virtue signaling on the feed, right? So, yeah, it's about trying to create a virtual world which has finer gradients of interactions between people so that it can become something less combative and argumentative and outrage-driven and things like that. And then stepping even further out, once you've established a healthy social environment for people to live in a kind of day-to-day virtual basis, the hope is that we can build a more sophisticated structure of how information moves through the network on the basis of these kind of customizable tools and these this open market of aggregators and algorithms, which will be is a design goal of this and will be coming up shortly, is this idea that anybody can build an algorithm or an aggregator that drives search or discovery and things like that. And the hope is that whenever you're getting into those that really peaked aspect of where social media is right now, talking about censorship, talking about misinformation and things like that, that we have a much richer social structure, a society of people interacting online that we can then surface information from and have more nuanced structures for moderation. Because at present, or moderation slash curation, because at present it's just such a blunt instrument, the way that social media moves information through the world. It's single companies designing a single fits everything algorithm and trying to handle moderation from the top down. And so hopefully an actually structured virtual society would give the ability for a more, whenever something is said that's inappropriate, when the immune system kicks in to say, hey, take it easy, that wasn't okay, what you just said, it's not like an overly reactive immune response that ends up killing more cells than it ought to be to deal with the sickness. It's actually just well targeted. Like, hey, we're not going to cancel you over this. We have other means of kind of taking you aside and saying, hey, that wasn't great. Why don't you turn that down a little bit? Things like that. So I know that was kind of an expansive explanation. It's still a little bit amorphous, everything I'm talking about, but that's by and large the vision that items fit into and the broader vision for Citizen. Earlier, what would prevent people from seeing the community posts, or would that just prevent them from spamming? Yeah, you can't, at present there are not really any fine-grained tools for keeping people from seeing content. We may be able to introduce a couple of mechanisms around it, but by and large, like making something private is not super well done at the moment. The things that we have much more solidly implemented have to do with things like controlling whenever you personally see something and making sure that you don't see things that you're not interested in seeing. The privacy mechanisms will be a little complicated to implement as we go. Probably will need to involve some kind of at-rest encryption because of the nature of how all this works. Appreciate it, Jonathan. If anybody has any other questions, I'm happy to answer. Like that certainly could possibly do. It's a little complicated because the thing about we're using this distributed mesh as our way of synchronizing between servers, and if you know about the mesh, you can synchronize the data, if not from the original server that it's hosting from, but from one of the peers that has a copy in the cache. So enforcing read permissions can be a little complicated. It's one of the largest challenges that we have. So if you wanted to do something that was like having a feed that can only be seen if you have a specific item, the item would probably need to be a representative of the permission to have the private key or the secret key for decrypting the feed. Catch you later, Michael. Anybody else have any questions for me? Glad to hear that, dude. I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks everybody for joining me. Please enjoy the rest of your Thursday or the beginning of your Friday, depending on your time zone, and I hope to see you tomorrow on the next Let's Build Citizen Livestream. Have a great one.
Citizen.